Alrighty. We'll see how this goes today. Trying something a little bit different with trying to do some vertical streaming as well. I don't know how this is gonna go. I've never tried to do this dual output before, but we're gonna see. So bear with me here as I get that all set up. I really don't know how this is gonna go. Probably gonna be way too freaking small, but we'll try it. I'm guessing it's way too freaking small, but who knows? Let's do I'll do my best. I don't think this is the kind of content meant for showing off in vertical format. So probably not gonna work. And I should probably not do this, but we're gonna try it anyway. So I apologize if anyone's trying to watch this in vertical form. Yeah, I don't know how that all is gonna turn out. But anyway, what are we working on today? We're gonna be doing some more work on void monsters. I did some work off camera to just kind of clean up some things that I didn't quite like and that were tedious. Mainly, I was running into some weird stuff with the debug list, being able to verify that things actually were properly getting tracked, and then just some messaging as well. So let's go ahead and let's summon a current boss just so we can clear out the existing kind of saved inventory, if you will. So if we take a look here at debug list, and I should probably make this UI a little bit bigger. Hold on here. Let's go to options and video settings, and let's change. Oh, I think it's here. GUI? No, hold on. I forget what this client mod. Everything is a little different. With lights, shader pads. No, it's got to be under general. Full screen. Is it GUI scale? I don't recall. Oh, that's certainly bigger. Let's see if chat's bigger. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. So we got Void Monster stored 11 void drops, and then I just did a bunch of different wool just to test it out. And then I also have this netherite sword that you can hover over and see it has sharpness 5. And then this potion is a long fire resistance potion. And we get a second page as well. Hey, thanks, Dragon. I appreciate it. I needed a little bit of break there, but happy to be back. Got my batteries recharged. So, yeah, so you'll see that I kind of cleaned up this message here for the debug. It now actually properly says who dropped the items, has multiple pages. I can actually configure how many is on each page, and I can actually click to go forward and next. So that was the little tedious stuff that I just kind of cleaned up. But let's go ahead and do a first. Let's prepare a kill command. That's easier than actually having to kill it. Our boss type is still Wither, and we can change that in the future. But for the sake of not changing too many variables at once, we'll keep it as a Wither. So let's do a summon command. Let's kill it, and we'll see all the fun stuff all spelled out. So we'll check that this still has sharpness 5. You'll see that it gets properly renamed to my netherite sword, because I'm the one that dropped it. Also my potion, since I'm the one that dropped it. And it's going to do that for all the different items as well. So if I go and pick up all these wool. All right, so in total, we should have the 11 items that were stored plus the 12th one, which is the nether star. So let's go ahead. I'll throw these up here. 9, 10, 11, and nether star. So we're properly tracking everything, which is great. I was having some issues with that. And it's properly renaming stuff as well. So you can see that now you can know whose stuff you recovered. So I'm pretty happy with how that stuff is going. So today, since we've kind of got the core mechanics of throwing stuff in figured out, that I was going to try to expand it to add some more stuff. So just to kind of show off a little bit more what this plugin's like so far. In a nutshell, for anyone who may be joining us, you can lose stuff to the void. In this case, I'm going to simulate this. So I'm going to say 64 of that, maybe like 4 of these, and I don't know, 12 of those. And some honey blocks, just because they're bright colors, so we'll be able to easily tell them apart. So those all got thrown into the void. We can do a little debug command to see that we've got the quantities, who they were dropped by. So this is what we expect to see happening when we kill the boss. In this case, we're just going to manually summon it in. We'll eventually have to figure out how we want to do this summoning, and if we don't want it to be manual, and then I'll just kill it manually as well. We'll see that the items got kind of all spilled out. And then if we pick them up, we'll see that retained the quantities. And let's see, hold on. F3 and G. Nope, B. We are missing our slime blocks, but I think it's because I killed it too close to the portal and they ended up in the portal. But we can see that they're renamed. And they're in the quantities that we expect them to be. Let's just hop through here real quick and see. Oh, yep, sure enough. There's those slime blocks. As I expected. All right, and quantity. So we can see quantity 4 for the slime, quantity of 64 for the redstone, 18 for the honey, and 12 for the amethyst. So we are properly tracking and keeping all the items. So this is very exciting. That's kind of the core fundamentals of the plugin. And now we're going to try to start expanding it for some more interesting stuff. Today I want to cause some chaos. So I want to see what happens if we can properly track activated TNT, and if we can properly track like arrows or tridents and maintain those momentums. Exactly. That's what we're going to figure out today. I want to see if we can make it where we're keeping not only those items, but also the momentum. So when you kill the boss, they go flying out. So, all right. And then for any of you who aren't familiar with this style of the stream, I'm not quite sure who's all joined us today. For the sake of just full transparency, I am heavily utilizing ChatGPT and using it as a translator of sorts, if you will. I do not have an official background or training in learning Java. I'm kind of picking up bits and pieces as we go. So yeah, you're gonna see me heavily utilizing ChatGPT to make this plugin that's kind of beyond my skill sets at the moment. But you know, I figure if I wait till I know everything before I even get started, well, then I'll never get started. So we are utilizing IntelliJ as well, and we're kind of doing a lot of copy and paste back and forth and using ChatGPT to also help us with some debugging as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell it that we want to add some more functionality, and we want to start tracking activated TNT and arrows and tridents. We want to start expanding the features of VoidMonster we want to track activated TNT and as well as arrows or tridents, aka items with momentum that get shot or dropped into the void. We want to retain their momentum. When they are shot out by defeating the Void Monster boss. By the way, I haven't asked how's the audio today. I tried not to change it too much, but every time it always needs a little bit of tweaking. So hopefully the music's not too loud. My voice is still coming through. If I need to adjust anything, let me know. It's very possible, but if it doesn't, well, hold on to it. Because we're actually artificially choosing at what level to have it hold on to items in the void. So for example, if I go up one, that's not going to work. I don't have what's the word? World edit. Okay. Let's just come out here, place some TNT. And redstone. So it actually already got picked up before. There's no way our debug list, yeah, held on to that. But as you can see, it never exploded before it got to our kind of test, or our height that we grab stuff at. Okay, so great. Tracking TNT arrows and tridents with momentum and launching them back during the boss fight is a fun upgrade. Here's a breakdown of what you need to implement for this feature. We're going to use Entity Explode event or Entity Change Block event for falling TNT, or hook into Entity Spawn event for TNT primed. Storage when TNT prime falls below the void threshold, stored as a special stored void item with marker like type TNT. Trigger use projectile hit event, projectile launch event, and track the projectile shooter and velocity. Storage use arrows or tridents to get velocity before they vanish or despawn in the void. Store custom stored projectile item type with vector velocity and maybe the shooter for flavor or logic. Retain, and when the boss spits items back, if it's a TNT, spawn a TNT primed at a random location with a slight upward push. If it's projectile, respawn it with world spawn arrow or world spawn entity and immediately apply the stored velocity. Suggested object upgrade: add a vector velocity field or nullable to your stored void item model to generate motion support. Let's start with TNT detection, tracking, and summoning. Oops. Should we utilize our existing class void item storage or make a new one? Void item storage and let's see, hold on, we got a couple of different ones. Void item storage, void item manager, and item void listener. Whoops. or make new ones. There we go. Okay. Thanks for letting me know, Dragon. I appreciate you letting me know that the volume is good on YouTube. Hopefully it's good on Twitch as well. Okay, great question. We can and should reuse most of the systems like Void Item Storage and Void Item Manager with modular upgrades rather than creating entirely new classes. Here's breakdown. Okay. Item Void Listener extends this class to track TNT primed entities that fall below the Void White threshold. It's already the Void scanner for item entities. We can modularize it to also check for TNT primed. Void Item Manager will just add a method. This will convert the TNT into a special stored void item with a flag like is explosive equals true or type field. Void item stored, no major changes, that already handles list stored void item. We'll just tag TNT with a recognizable marker so we know how to summon them later. Okay. And during spawn, okay, then we also got to update the boss manager as well. We don't need a separate TNT tracker unless we're adding a very different behavior. Keeping it in the existing system ensures consistency with debug list storage and future use. Would you like to start with adding TNT detection to item void listener or defining the... Let's start with the listener. That made sense to me. That's the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to listen for the TNT. Perfect. Here's how we'll expand item void listener to also detect TNT primed falling below the void threshold while keeping everything clean and beginner friendly with full comments. Okay, cool. Item void listener, that is here. All right. Do we need to change any of our imports? Looks like we need to choose to also import bucket entity TNT primed. Okay, so that's going to be different than entity or item. And I'm still learning IntelliJ as well, so it's kind of cool some of the things it is doing. The little that I have learned about it. By no means am I an expert. I've only been playing with it for like 3 days. But it does this cool little thing where it like grays out an import if you're not actually using it anywhere. So this kind of tells you like, hey, you probably don't need this one here because you're not actually using it. Now, it's telling us that right away because we haven't built out the method for it. But it is kind of cool that it's like, hey, do you really need this? You're not using it anywhere. So I thought that's kind of cool. Then let's see, we have our scheduled void scan. And the only thing it's really adding is handle TNT entities that fall into the void. If entity is in existence of TNT primed process item, we add it to the processed items. Get unique ID, void item manager, we store it, and then we remove it. Seems pretty simple, actually. Well, that's kind of cool. I think it's just working off of assuming that we don't have anything. So I'm going to feed it our current existing file. And I honestly think it's probably going to be, let's see here if I can guess where this is going to end up. So we scan every half a second. Then we skip it if that's the world is not enabled. We also make sure, let's see here. Log all items considered, avoid. Yeah, so if it's above the void threshold, so we're basically scanning all the time, but we're only actually holding on to it if it actually goes below the threshold. And it's a valid material, and that it's not already been processed because we want to avoid duplicates. And then here's where it actually falls into the void. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's potentially right about here-ish, but we'll see. This will be good learning for me. So let's go here. We're gonna copy. Here is the existing file. Please update appropriately. I really should only be adding this tiny little bit here, but I'm gonna learn where it should go. Also, now that it has the full file, is it adding anything other than TNT primed? I don't think so. I mean, this is a pretty small thing to add. Oh, interesting. Okay, so hey, I want to click somewhere else so it's not all blue. Thank you. It looks like it does specifically call out that first we're gonna handle all the item entities, which is right here. Hold on. And then it looks like, hold on. Wait, why did it get rid of all my comments? It's making me hard for me to understand where it's at. That's that. Oh, interesting. No, it adds like a whole new section. Oh, so it's not even anywhere in here. We are gonna do it completely separate from all of that. Huh. Okay. I mean, it does make it easier for me to read. Okay. So please be sure to not remove any comments, and also be sure to add comments. Okay. No, it didn't. Little stinker. Absolutely, you have to preserved all your original comments and added line-by-line explanations. Not really. You got rid of a lot of stuff. No, we need a updated item void listener .java. All those comments added back and new comments added as well for the new prime TNT section. Yeah, oh, it's lying to me. Like, yeah, I totally didn't get rid of anything. Yes, you did. Like, hey, don't do that. Okay, yeah, this is much better. Like, hey, you're lying, saying that you... Okay, so it kept everything we had before. Then we have this voided TNT entity handling. Iterate all over all active TNT primed entities in this world. Log all TNT considered. Skip TNT above the void threshold. Skip already processed TNT. Then we get debug message that it's fallen in the void. We attempt to store it. And if it did get stored, we mark it as stored. And then we remove it from the world. And then we get a message that if it wasn't stored, Okay. Cool. So we have this guy. Can't resolve method stored void TNT. Okay. We now need to resolve the method store void TNT, which I believe is going to go into the void item storage class. That's where it would make logical sense to me. Oh, void item manager. Oh, yeah. Okay, because the storage is literally just doing like the simplest part of actually putting things like loading or saving it to the disk. It's not actually handling the item itself, because we do a lot more in the manager than just save, which essentially is all item storage is doing. Let's see here. This is a little message, our method. It's saying we should add stores a TNT primed entity as fallen void. This will be later used to spawn explosive attacks during boss fights. TNT. The TNT primed turn true if it was successfully stored. False is skipped. So we add a true false. Stored via, that's I understand the boolean to mean public static. Still need to do a little bit more research on what public static means. Well, I think I know what public means. As far as I understand it, that means that that method can be used across multiple classes, and it's not limited to only the class that it's within. But I'm not entirely sure what static means, so I got to do some more research on that. So this is the method we're naming it here, stored void TNT, because that matches up with what we said in the item void listener. Okay, confirm TNT is not null, it has a valid location. And if it is, we just skip it. TNT can't be stacked, so we always store it as an individual entity. Huh, I mean, yeah, it made sense. I just wouldn't have thought to think about that. Store this as a special type of void item. No item stack, this is TNT, no player name. I mean, we don't care about player name because it's literally just going to fly out. Excuse me. Add to internal storage. And then we get a little debug message if it was successfully stored. And then if it wasn't successfully stored, then we get a debug message basically saying, okay. You want to explicitly mark TNT and store void items. You can add a void item type enum. Okay. So let's tell it here is our current item manager. Here is the current void item. Oops. Void item manager. Java. Again, I'm going to try to guess where it would put it. I'm going to assume it's going to create a whole new section because we've got this store from external source. Kind of like it did before, probably right under this return true and then before we clear. Let's find out. Oh, I guess I should actually. Here and you and go. Okay, so looks like we need to add this again, which that made sense. And then we have all of this. Oh, yeah, I thought so. It's just gonna store them. It's gonna create. I mean, I guess that made sense because this is one method for storing void item, and here's all the stuff that is that method working. And then this is a whole separate method because we're not storing a void item, we're storing void TNT, so we're kind of creating a whole new section for it. That made sense. Let's create a space there. Fine to have these? It probably is. One too many. Okay, so we can't resolve this, which generally means, if I remember this correctly, it means we don't have the right import. So let's see more actions. Create class, import class, store void item. So this is not correct. It assumes stored void item, but it's actually void item storage. And then add stored item? I think it's getting that messed up too. Oh, wait, no. So this is expecting a method. I believe this is correct. Right, because this is expecting a class. I think it should be this. Nope. Apparently not. Okay. I take you use. Should it not be void item storage? Since that is the name of our class. Stored void item is your data model class. It's your manager class. I think it's wrong. I think I need to feed it the name of all of our classes. This part always amazes me that you can basically take a picture and be like, here, this is what like the current structure of the plugin is. On that random tangent, I thought it was pretty cool that I was making dinner tonight and I just was able to upload like a picture of the ingredients that I had and was like, hey, help me make, dinner with these ingredients. And it could totally do that. I was like, geez, I don't know why it amazes me, but it was even picking up like brand names and understanding that like this certain seasoning was spicy, so I don't want to go too heavy on it. Okay, sorry about that. My mic kind of. I was saying that might sound like super basic to some people, and they're like, "Yeah, we know AI can do that," but to me, it was a cool little revelation. All right. Um. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought. Oh, interesting. We're actually changing up quite a bit. Yeah, this is the other part that I didn't fully understand is here we're saying it's a Boolean, which should mean true false. Here we're saying, all right, it's invalid, so false. We've reached the cap, false. And then we then finally do a return result. There's never like a return true, which I thought was a little bit strange. And it's just probably a lack in my understanding of how this works. But I always thought like it was, okay, here's all the false, and then finally you have a true statement. I've never heard like a return result before, but that's just something new. I do want to look that up real quick. So hold on. U and maybe instead of all of this. Okay. Earlier we had a Boolean. Oops. Boolean. I still can't spell this. B-O-O-L-E-A-N. Am I going crazy? B-O-O-L-E-A-N. No, it's flagging us wrong, but here it's clearly the same unless I'm missing something. Oh, because it wants it capitalized. And we had several return false, and finally a return results. I would have expected a return true. When and why is return results valid? Earlier code pattern, Boolean results. Why not return 2 instead of assigning returning results? My return results is valid and actually preferred in this case. Void item storage. Turn the boolean tells of operator synthesis results already is true or false depending on what happens. And you return whether stored succeeded, so we return exactly what it tells us, not assuming success. This gives a color like accurate feedback. Benefit of assigning lets us log, inspect, perform logic before what you saw. It would mean I'm claiming this TNT was stored even if the underlying storage actually failed. Huh. Might fail such and return success or failure. You want to debug. Huh. So you don't have to do true. If you know it failed, you put false. If you know it succeeded, you put true. But if it could go either way, you do return results. Or result. Singular. Huh. Okay. Interesting. I mean, that made sense. But the part that doesn't really make sense is why we get rid of all right, and then aw, darn it. Hold on. I was like, oh, I'll just undo, and then I'll just redo, and it didn't work. All right, and there. Okay. Okay, so why does it work to replace this with this? I probably need a bit more of the original code. Oops. Da, 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 da. Specifically changing from a return results to a return true. Hopefully this makes a little bit more sense to me because I'm still a little lost. Let's see what it says. No one's question, you're diving into why the return value matters. Let's go through exactly what's going on and why return true is safe in your second version, but not in the first. Old, stored void items is custom. You don't control what add stored item returns. It might fail. You call void item storage add, and you're not checking its return value, just returning true manually. In version 1, the code said add stored item, result. This is correct because how add stored item behaves, it could return false if storage is full or the item is rejected. So turning true would be dishonest unless you checked its result. Version 2, why return true words. Let's look at the new code. This assumes you don't care whether add succeeds. You're trusting it. You're treating the stored method as always successful by design. So you're saying, I called add. I'm not checking it's failed. I'm just going to say it works. It's only valid for confident. It's valid only for confident. Will never fail silently or not handle. Then add might fail anyway. Best practice. Interesting. So it's saying return result is, or so. Hold on. So it's saying I should do return result instead of return true. So how? How did you originally assume return true was fine? Like contents, you shared Void Item Manager, but have not seen the actual implementation of Void Item Storage at that point. Inference from usage based on earlier pattern. Mad copy right now because you were capturing return value that either assume the method doesn't really return anything meaningful or simplifying because TNT will display something that's something you enforce caps or blacklists on yet, and for the chance of failing, it's probably 0 now, so it's okay to assume. This was an assumption, not a guarantee. How confident can we be that it always returns true? To answer that correctly, we need to examine the actual method. Returning nothing void. If it also returning true and your method is fine and correct because the add method doesn't return a result. Unless you confirm add is void, let's say do this. Okay, so can we change it to return result and add a debugger if it fails? Interesting. Okay. I mean, that made sense to me. At first I was kind of confused that it was like, yeah, we're going to do this check true or false, and then all of a sudden we're just going to assume true. So, huh. Yeah, that was a little bit of an odd one to me. So I'm trying to learn as I go, but by no means am I, as I've said before, am I an expert. So it's always just interesting when I see something that like looks a little off, and I'm like, I wonder why that is. Incomplete found void required boolean. So there's something wrong with this now? Hold on. Let's static boolean but now it's the same. Okay. Not quite sure. Found void requires boolean. What does this warning message? Incompatible types. Found void required boolean. means exactly what it says. Invalid types found void. When you're trying to assign or return a value from a method that returns void, but Java, you're trying to do something like Boolean results equals, but the method you call doesn't return anything. It's void. You're asking Java, please assign the return value of add to result, but add doesn't return anything. It's just a void method. So Java throws out a fix. Just call the method without assignment. Yeah, man, I kind of get it, but kind of don't. So, why is this? Why is this void and not a Boolean? Because I'm guessing it's not a yes/no answer. It's performs an action, but it doesn't return anything. Fire and okay, so Java compiler treats it like a fire and forget operation. Add method likely started as a simple side effect operation. It assumes item gets added. There isn't time on errors, or it simply decline. But isn't that what this is? Isn't this a Boolean? Or void item storage? Hold on. Is it because this? Hold on. Hold on. Where are you? Nope. I'm now lost. Void item storage. Yeah. If I click on you, does it take me to it? No. What does this do? You are the problem. Huh. No. I'm just not sure what this means. I mean, I want to understand it. I mean, I could just easily move past this, but I'm still a little bit confused. This is the method. At the top, oops, it says public static boolean. So how is this void and not a boolean? Guessing it's referring to something else. Problem isn't this method, it's a different method. Web storage add. You're trying to assign the return value of a method to a Boolean result. That method returns void. why does this method return void? Help me understand. I am a novice. In Java, when a method is declared like this, public static void do something. This method performs an action but does not return a value. I'll do something, but I won't tell you anything back. Public static void say hello. It just says hello. Okay. You can call it like say hello, but you can't do this. String method equals say hello because say hello returns nothing. So what does void? So why does void item storage add return void? Most likely because it was originally designed like this. Method only job was to add data to its memory. The plugin didn't need to know whether it succeeded or failed, so it just works and exits. It's a common developed approach and simple for simply plugins starting out. How it works behind the scenes. If your storage is a list, then add always succeeds. No need to check. This is totally fine. There's no failure. There's no logic to reject, cap, or skip item. There's nothing meaningful to return, hence void. But now you're growing. Now you're doing things like enforcing caps, wanting debug messages for something failed, using if results logic to check success. So now it made sense to change this method to static boolean add. But lets you say if void storage add it succeeds or fails. So so what method is at the heart of this being incorrect? Since it's not the method, it's that line of code is within something in void item storage.java? I'm assuming so. Maybe here? There's a save, there's a load. Oh no, it's probably this. Is it this one? Ah. Okay, I think I'm understanding this. This is the class, and this is the exact method. But that method, void item storage here, add, is not a true false, it just is. Public static void, aha! Okay, so we gotta change that to a boolean? Oh, okay, yeah, because here we're just saying do it, don't tell us about it. But then here we're trying to say, hey, use this method and then tell us about it, but it's trying to say, I can't tell you anything because you already told me you didn't want me to earlier. I think that's what I'm understanding. So instead of a public static void, we can just change void to boolean? And it's that simple? We just say, hey, I don't want you to be void anymore. I want you to give me an output. Right? Is that it? But now since we changed this to a boolean, we do need to tell it return. In this particular method, we have to have a true false so that we can use it elsewhere as a boolean. Okay, So here, this is all good. Basically, we are just changing this instead of a return to now a return false. Okay, okay. Yep, that made sense. Right? Is that correct? And item stack, I do. Okay. Then we have this. And then assuming all of this works, then we're going to say, actually, if you did work, then return a true value. Okay. Yeah. At the very beginning, if the material is air, that's an invalid item, so we skip it, and that is considered false. If it's not air, we continue with the rest of the code. And then when we get down to the bottom, we assume, top to bottom, everything worked. So then that gives us a return true. Okay. And that cleans up our... Okay. Okay. That made sense. We were calling a method that was a just fire and be done, but then we wanted to get some debugging messages, so we all of a sudden expected a true false, but our method didn't support that, so we had to go back, change that method to allow true false statements. Okay. Yeah. That kind of made sense to me. I think I learned a little something there, even if I'll forget it next time. Hopefully not. All right. All right, let's move on. So we now have TNT at least being tracked and stored, but we have yet to actually get the boss to understand how to like summon it and eject it when we kill the boss. Okay. So I think that's good. I do want to check out what this little warning is. Let's see. If skip null or invalid TNT items. I mean, how can you have an... because it's not in the right world? I mean, we're only listening in that world. So, hold on. Warning. Condition. TNT.get. World. As always, false when reached. I'm curious why we need this bit of code, because aren't we already less than four items in specified worlds in item void listener? Condition TNT get rolled null is always false and reads this warning. It's compiler saying you're checking TNT get rolled equals null, but there's no way for TNT prime to exist without being in a world, so this check is useless. And it's right, under normal circumstances, every entity is guaranteed to have a valid world. Why we write checks like this anyway? Even though get world technically shouldn't return null, some plugin devs include it out of caution, especially when dealing with edge cases or async code like entity death event. custom spawn logic, or plug and shutdown. It's also a defensive programming habit, checks all inputs before trusting them. But you're right, in this case, it's unnecessary, especially because you're calling this code from a scheduled void scan. Okay, so TNT can only exist in a loaded world. You're literally scanning entities by world. TNT world is guaranteed to be the world in the loop, not null. So it's safe and cleaner. Or even if TNT. But if you're never dealing with external async TNT source, you could even remove the check altogether. It depends on how defensive you want to be. Can you give more examples on how we could ever end up with external or async TNT sources? I'm not understanding that. Explore the rare edge cases, including external async, where defensive checks are sometimes used. What is external or async TNT? These terms that mean that TNT wasn't created or scanned through the normal safe bucket event system. Instead, it came from normal world scan. External plugin APIs. Another plugin or bad code does something like spawns in some random TNT. Super rare, but not impossible. Let's say someone writes this. Don't do this. Every dining world unload or shut down. Entity access is not thread safe and could return but it is designed for entity access from async threads. So while you didn't do this, someone could, and that's why plugin devs sometimes had paranoid null checks. The plugin tries to access TNT entities during server shutdown after the world is unloaded, but entities are still ticking. Late task after world unloaded. It's theoretically possible for get world to return null or throw an error. Again, rare, but not impossible, especially on slow tits or modded servers. You're safe to remove in your current listener. So it's safe to remove, but I may want to keep it because there is a potential, as rare as it might be, for the TNT to get messed up if the server is lagging really bad, or if we happen to have a crash or shut down at exactly the wrong moment. I think that's what it's trying to tell me. In extreme edge cases like the server crashed during a tick, a world unloaded in the middle of processing, a plugin manually removed worlds and manipulated interesting that's by cause partial unlock. Even though rare, you can potentially leave it with half initialized entity. Not a bad one. Keep the check, minimize stability in weird edge cases, clean confident in. Okay. Yeah, let's maybe update the comment to have it be more clear why we have decided to keep this, even though it's not truly 100% necessary. Oops. Okay. Skips of TNT is nowhere in a corrupted state. It's extremely rare. Even though Get World is guaranteed during normal scanning, we keep this check as a safeguard in case the server shutting down mid-tick, or world is unloaded in the middle of entity access. Another plugin or MS code modifies TNT entities safely. This check provides potential null point crashes in those 8 cases. Okay. I think that's nice to keep, just so in the future, if I ever am like, why the heck did I keep this code when I've learned more and I'm seeing this warning and going, oh, I should just delete that. Okay. No, I think we can move on to my understanding. We added the check, or we added TNT to the items we are listening. Less 4 and added a way to store them, and now we need a way to spawn them in. Next goal is detect TNT entities in the stored item list and spawn them back in the world, ideally during the void, and not ideally, only during the void monster boss battle. We likely already have a method, spawn boss. Now we want to support TNT entities that were stored using detect TNT entities in the stored item. Use item stack get type material TNT and check if the source is TNT to avoid mistaking a real player's TNT drop. Spawn prime TNT into the world. Skip the void item manager caps for TNT if needed. We'll give it a little bit of an upward momentum. Okay, here's a good question for you guys. If you guys are still listening to the stream here, should I'm kind of answering the question a little bit myself, but I just want to have a sanity check here. I'm thinking on all the lines of either I could go A, capture the TNT with the exact amount of fuse it has left and spawn it back in with that same exact, so if it was like just about to explode, it like immediately explodes, or I just capture it regardless of how close it was to exploding, and because I'm summoning in a new fake TNT and I'm just mimicking that original TNT, I don't have to hold on to its timer. I could just say every TNT is kind of like mimicking the fact that an activated TNT got thrown in, and we just set a timer on it, so that way we can guarantee that it always gets flung out, lands on the ground, and then explodes, instead of all of a sudden just coming out of the boss and boom, instantly exploding, because it might have been in that last tick when it got captured. I'm kind of curious to see. I'm kind of leaning more towards like we give it no matter what stage it was in when it fell into the void. Okay, I'm gonna guess. Oh, okay. Let me explain what's going on here. So Kitty on my desk, we have the core functionality of the plugin where items are getting tossed into the void, and then you kill a boss and it spits out all those items that it captured since the last boss was killed. But to add a little bit more chaos and just more craziness to the fight, I also want to capture if anyone throws primed TNT into the void for whatever reason. Someone might do that just because they want to cause chaos. The question is, I want to then resummon that TNT when you fight the boss, and we'll add a toggle so server owners can turn that off if they don't want it. But I just think that's hilarious to like you're all excited about, you've killed this boss and a whole bunch of items have gotten spewing out, and now you're rushing against the clock because now there's TNT randomly getting spawned out as well. So I could either capture the TNT exactly as it was the moment it hit the void, or what we're claiming is the void because we're setting a Y threshold, and keep track of how much time it has left before it explodes, and then when we summon it with that exact same amount of time remaining. Or we just say, hey, we captured TNT and now we're going to basically summon new TNT with a fixed timer. So, you know, if that's 2 seconds or whatever, let's say that there was only like a half a second left before it was going to explode. If we then summon it exactly as it was when it went into the void, it only has a half second before, you know, once it gets summoned by the boss, boom, it immediately explodes. Which to me doesn't seem like very good gameplay, but I'm kind of curious to see what you guys think. Maybe that actually is kind of funny. You could almost like do extra damage. I mean, the boss is dead, so there's really no way it would do damage to the boss. This only gets triggered when boss dies. So it would essentially be like if you were standing too close to the boss when it died and there happened to be prime TNT thrown in the void that had half a second left, all of a sudden you get blown up as soon as you kill the boss, which just to me doesn't seem like very good gameplay. So I'm kind of thinking along the lines of we just capture any TNT that falls in the void, regardless how much time it has left. And when we summon it again, we always give it a new timer, 2, 3, 4 seconds, whatever is the decided factor. To me, that sounds like potentially better gameplay, but I'm curious to see maybe what other people think. Because that's kind of the trick, is this like making plugins is just as much about like game design as it is the technical like code aspect of it as well. So sometimes you have a fun idea, but it's nice to get that feedback to be like, does that sound right? Does that sound like that would be good gameplay? So before I ran with it, I thought I'd ask you guys. Yeah, so we could basically just treat all TNT as like brand new TNT when it gets summoned by the boss, instead of trying to remember how much time it had left when it went into the void. Or I could even leave that up to the... I mean, I could do all kinds of things. I could say, hey, server owner, you choose how much time. Or I could even add an option where it randomizes the time. Or I can choose to have it hold on to exactly how much time is remaining and then, you know, fire off with whatever time was left. You know, if it had 4 seconds but then got captured with a half a second left, as soon as it gets spawned, half a second, boom, goes off. I mean, I could technically, potentially do all three and just give them, the server owner, the option. Now that I'm speaking out loud, maybe that's the best way to go. Just don't make the choice for the server owner, just do all three. Huh. I mean, it adds more complexity, but I mean, that's what ChatGPT is here for. Okay, I think I am gonna make all three as possible options. Okay, I do want to verify that TNT detonates after 4 seconds. Minecraft Wiki TNT. Behavior? Once primed, it turns into an entity which is affected by gravity. It is spawned at the center. Its fuse lasts 40 redstone ticks, 4 seconds or 80 game ticks. If activated by redstone or fire, or a random number between 10 and 30 game ticks if it's destroyed by another explosion. Ah, so you know what? I didn't realize that. If TNT gets set off by another explosion, it's actually shorter than if it had a proper like activation like redstone or fire. Huh. Well, that's certainly fascinating. Okay, so yeah, 4 seconds if it came from a natural or a proper like source or ignition source then. Okay. So I want to give the server owner a bit more. Let's do all three. Give the server the option to configure for their server. That's kind of where I was leading. I think that's exactly what I'll do. Flexibility of choice with when it comes to how long until the TNT explodes when summoned. I want to add some config options. 1, TNT explodes after a set amount of time. Adjust between. Just not going beyond 4 seconds to keep a vanilla feel. 2, TNT explodes randomly between a set min and max. Just between 1 and 4 seconds to keep a vanilla feel. 3, capture the remaining fuse of the TNT when entered the void. When it passed the Y threshold. Can ChatGPT pull info from the internet without having to enter that info manually? It certainly could. I just don't always trust it. So sometimes, I mean, granted, you can't always trust the wiki either, but it probably could have given me that answer without me having to go look it up. And when summoned, only give it the remaining fuse timer. TNT summon mode fixed random preserve. Fused fix. Ticks. Always use fixed fused hits when spawning TNT random from min and max. Or store the. Okay. Yeah. I like that. Okay, so we have a lot of different sections here. We've got general settings, item filtering, item tracking, boss configuration, drop behavior, void death. That should probably go right in here-ish. Let's add the new config options between these two existing sections. Be sure to match the comment style and to make a note that about the vanilla mechanics of TNT and explain difference between it being set off. So I'm actually going to be curious. I'm not going to feed it this answer. I'm just going to tell it to tell us the difference between being set off by redstone versus another explosion. Okay. I think that did a pretty good job. TNT summon mode is fixed. Options fixed random or preserved. So if we have it fixed, we're going to say here is 3 seconds, do not exceed 80 ticks, 4 seconds to keep a vanilla feel. Or if it's a random, then 1 second, 4 seconds. Vanilla mechanic note, TNT ignited by redstone starts with a full 80 tick fuse. TNT ignited by another explosion may inherit a shortened fuse. Which it's saying is between has shortened fuse. Reserve mode attempts to track the remaining fuse at the moment the TNT fell into the void. This keeps boss behavior feeling more authentic and chaotic when enabled. I'm curious. Okay, I think that's pretty clear. Gives the server owner like really good information about like, hey, if you are gonna be messing with this, here's why we recommend these settings. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Fixed random or preserve. Okay. Yes. Let's add the responding getters to config manager. Oh my goodness. So, because we added this new stuff, we also have to update our config manager. Debug mode, general settings, item blacklist, item tracking rules, drop behavior, void death tracking. So I want to probably put it right into here, right? Because that's where I put it in the config. After drop, no, I did it after death handling before minion. Okay. That was config manager. So right here. Here. Oh, it did not like that. Okay. It's because this is using return get config, which we don't need. We just need return config. Okay. Can we just chop this out? Do we not even need this? Oh, let's set it string. Get boss health. There. Return. Wait, I want to find a get string example. Public static string. Get boss name. Return config. Get string. Hold on. I need to put this on that other line. And I need to compare it. So this one is good. Oh, is it because we need a space here? This needs to be lowercase? Oh, how interesting. Wow, it is that specific. Okay. Get rid of you. And then this goes up on that line so I can see what happens. Put a space, change that to lowercase. Then we don't even need this bit. Oh, wow. Hold on. You need to be here. That's right. Yeah, it's not angry about that. Lowercase. Take out this. Grab you. Put that here. And then take you. That to lowercase. Take out this. Grab you. Put you here. Okay. I safely put that down there. That's a little bit more readable, isn't it? Okay. Wow. There's a lot of stuff that is never used. Can you update this file to match the common style of the TNT summon section? noticing that, like, that's nice and commented, but the rest is not. No, sir. Sorry. I like the existing TNT section and want to apply that style comments to the rest of the file. Please send the updated code in chat. I specifically tell it to answer in chat, and it tries to do Canvas anyway. And then I had to click answer in chat instead. Ah, silly thing. I mean, I am asking it to do a lot right now. I'm basically saying go through the entire file and then, like, tell me what each line of code is doing and make it look like this. I didn't like that. Try that again. Here's the original file I want you to modify. Can we try to answer in chat instead? Or am I asking to do too much? I might have found the limit. Oh no, it figured it out, kind of. Can you refactor the whole file in one go and send to me in chat, please? No, I can't do it in chat. I'm gonna do it in Canvas because that's what I want to do. You stinker. I hate when it does that. Just like, this is the nonsense that you have to deal with. It loves to throw that in your face. Okay. Like, kind of need that to be as wide as it is. And that's why I don't like it. Oh, come on, what the heck, man? ChatGPT, what are you doing here? Okay. Gosh, sometimes it's a little bit of a pain. It wants to do its own thing. Let's refactor this once more and clean up those comments to be a single line. Please answer in chat. Oh, what a stinker. Answer in chat. I even told you specifically. Oh my gosh. All right. And it totally ignored what I actually wanted it to do. not what I meant. Don't mess with the headers. Add comments like this. To all lines, but condense comment to a single to all code. Okay, let's see if it figures it out this time. Oh my gosh, you little stinker. Stop doing that. Like, but I want to use Canva. Which, I mean, I understand. It's probably faster and easier, but terrible for trying to show you guys. Please send this in chat. Do not use Canva. Right? Or Canvas. Huh. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. It goes, yeah, I'll add the comments for you here. And then the moment I tell it to send it in chat, it just like gets rid of stuff. See, it's a cool tool, but sometimes it's really annoying. I just want to make sure I don't trust it now. What did you strip out? And I got rid of some of this stuff. Okay, let's just do, I guess to some degree we'll do this a little bit manually. Annoying, but I don't trust it to do it correctly. Yeah, every once in a while it just likes to like do its own thing, and you try to tell it how to do it correctly and it doesn't really get it. And so sometimes I just go, you know what? Rather than fighting this, I'll just be a little, I don't know, maybe it's faster to keep fighting with it, but I don't know. It annoys me, and so then I go, all right, I'll just do it myself. Uh, mm. Okay. This one. So yeah, just adding some comments here based on what ChatGPT is giving me. But I'm kind of doing it manually because it didn't really handle them very gracefully when I tried to get it to do it itself. Now, I probably don't have to add these, but it'll help me understand what each of this stuff does in the future. So I want to take the time to do this now, especially as things get more and more complicated. So taking the time to do this now will save me in the future. So yeah, if you didn't know, there's a lot that this a lot built into like the options of how this plugin can be interacted with. Like right now, these are all like config options. This is all stuff that the server owner can go in and choose to like disable, enable, yes, no, set a bunch of parameters to really customize this to their style that they want. Because yes, I am making a plugin kind of based off of mainly off of viewer submitted idea, but the goal here is that, you know, we're not going to just be using this on Minehouse. Ideally, this is a plugin that can go on the marketplace. So part of the reason why I'm also wanting to add this, one of the things that I've already kind of pre-planned is there's no issues with someone who appropriately purchased the plugin modifying it for their own use. So if they want to add some functionality on their own server, they are totally welcome to do so. So by adding these comments, it'll help them be able to customize it. Now, I mean, that's not to say that it's not a double-edged sword, because on the other hand, if someone doesn't obtain it properly, then now they also can very easily go in and make changes, but there's not really any way to prevent that. It kind of just is what it is. The best I can do is keep track of the people that do properly purchase the resource and only support those that obtained it through legal channels. I don't know if that's the right word. But, you know, anyway, that's kind of part of the reason why we're doing, or why I'm choosing to take the time to do this. Let's drop all these down. Yeah. And you. There we go. Okay. We have this line, this line, this line. We'll add it here. A little more readable. So basically, if this isn't making a ton of sense here with these config options, this first, so in these little like quotes, the first one is saying ideally use what is being specified in the config, but then we always for every single one of them have added a fallback. So assuming that something is messed up in the config or the value isn't like a valid input, then these are kind of backups. So that's essentially why you're seeing first this text that says here, go grab this from the config, but then you're also seeing a defined value as well. So just in case you were curious. Okay. Now we haven't even added minions yet, but we're pre-planning for some future options. Nor have I added leaderboard. So that also is kind of pre-planned, but not actually part of the plugin yet. We're almost done here. Oops, I missed a little forward slash. So let's give me a warning about that. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. That is our TNT summon. Okay. Nope. Just hold on. Don't like when it pops that up and then I'm trying to click somewhere else. Can we do Control F? Then can we do a replace? Match case, words, rejects. Can I search for all instances in a file in place with so control open the file, control R. Goodness gravy. Control R. Aha. Okay. So it's just control R instead of control F. And then does it just only affect this file? If you want to remove at the end of the comment to repeat the steps with it. Okay. Nice. And then control R. Then we just don't add anything. Yeah. Now a little space for those. Boop. And doop. Okay. Yeah. One there. And here and here. Okay. Now, how do I get you to go away? There we go. Like that. Nope. All done. Let's move on. Okay. So we added all these config options, but haven't built out the code to support it. Not only, let's see, we did add TNT to the listening and storage, but did not factor in keeping track of its views. Update stored void item to support TNT fuse. Modify void item storage. Add. Captain TNT fuse. If you'd like to start by updating stored void item. Java. So interesting that it always likes to think that's what it's called, even though I've shared with it that it's not what it's called. Okay. Let's take a little bit of a break here. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little intermission here. Let's do like 20 minutes here. So I'm gonna go ahead, throw up that intermission screen, and I'll be back in 20 minutes. Alrighty, and we're back. Hope everyone had a good little break there. All right, let's try to get this all finished up. So, yeah, we added a bunch of config options, but we haven't actually really updated the code to reflect that. So, that's what we're going to do next. So, let's see here. We need to update stored void items. Is that in manager? Is that why it always throws me off? Store void item. Yeah. Support TNT fuse time. So, all right. I think option 1, we need to update this. I think it makes more sense to update this method. Oop. Copy. Instead of store void item. Right after you confirm TNT is valid. Tag it via item tag utility. You're already using a placeholder item stats. Let's store the fuse in its NBT data. Hold on. Making sure I understand this. Okay, so I believe it wants us to put it like right in here. Just want to double check that that's not gonna like break anything. Didn't I just send it that though? I did. Huh. I think this is correct. Huh. Okay. I think we need to do this. Let's see, this says false, that's false. I think it makes sense to do this. See, here's the weird part. Right end. We don't do that. Let's see if this is correct first. Better match which combinations so that rework the fuse line. Yeah. Okay. So now we need to update item tag util. Okay. The player tag. Yep. Hold on. This is expecting it to last here. But hold on. Here is the updated item tag till something isn't right. We're writing against Java 21. Oops. No, that is not the issue. See, why is it not? Oh, I just need persistent data holder. Wait, so what's the difference between these? It's between these inputs. We've got a data container, a data holder, and a data type. Data holder. Interface that marks an object as being able to store persistent data. Item meta, entity in case. So we got a holder. This says an interface that marks an object as being able to store. This is the actual container that holds the item. And a registry of allowed data types that can be stored. Okay. Can you give me an so I can better understand? See if you can give me an analogy. Mailbox system. Okay, so we've got a holder, a container, and a type. Analogy, the mailbox system. The holder is the mailbox owner. Think of this as a person who owns a mailbox and is allowed to receive mail. Okay. In code, this is item meta, entity, block state, etc. If someone is a persistent data holder, it means they can hold custom data, like receiving letters in a mailbox. Persistent data container is the mailbox itself. This is the actual mailbox the person owns. It's where the mail gets stored. Each persistent data holder has one. And namespace key, the label on the envelope. Each piece of mail has a label, TNT fuse time, or drop by player. This key uniquely identifies what's in the envelope. Persistent data type, the type of content inside the envelope holding a number, a string, a list. You specify what kind of contents is inside each envelope, string, integer, byte, etc. This ensures you don't try to read a number as if it were a word, just like you wouldn't read a dollar amount the same way you read love letters. Let's say we want to mark an item to remember who dropped it. You give the item meta, the owner, a label, drop by. The label goes in the mailbox, the persistent data container, with the contents being Steve as a string. Later, you look in the same mailbox, pulled out the drop by envelope, and know it contains string Steve. Okay. So we didn't have holder before. And holder is just saying that this is a type of person that can own a container. And we're using a holder because now we're saying TNT can hold information. Huh. I mean, I kind of got it. Oops. So why didn't we need holder before, but now we do? Because I'm going to implement. You did this. This allows method to accept any object message. Okay. Please break this down more simply. It's a little above me right now. We're storing custom data like void fuse states inside items using NBT tags, a kind of hidden label. To do that in Bucket, you need an object that supports these hidden labels. The three types. Holder. This is a taggable object, any item that can hold custom data. Example, item meta, block state, entity. Persistent container, this is like the backpack where the tag actually gets stored. You can only get the backpack from a persistent data holder. This tells the game what kind of tag you're adding. So why the change before? This works because item meta already had a backpack. Now, it says if this object has a backpack, let's tag it. That way, if Works for more than just item mode. Maybe blocks, entities, or armor stands too. Sure. Let's see a visual map. In the top of its backpack, put a tag hole and give it the value 80 as a mixture. Okay. So is this correct? I think I just want to clean up this to be like this. Hey, let me click there. Gosh, sometimes its little suggestions are a little extreme. Okay. And then in a view. Get rid of that. Okay. It's a custom integer every data to an item data that's used for tracking custom fuse duration. That's custom integer. Returns null if the key does not exist. So this one writes it, this one reads it. Okay. Okay, so now we just need to actually add the code to summon the TNT, or do we need to do anything else first? Yep, we detected it, we stored it, we added the fuse time. For team place of it. Whether you're looping through stored item draw. So this is our where is the boss? Manager, boss manager. Let's add T only if let's check the config. Only if and follow all the settings under the TNT zone behavior. Section. You'll need Okay, summon TNT if allow TNT tracking is true. The item source is TNT marked during storage. The fuse duration is determined. Fixed, fair and blah. We add this to logic to scatter void drop. Check for TNT, place one. Summon the TNT primed into a random nearby location. Assign the appropriate fuse time. Skip the regular drop item naturally. Logic for proceed. Do we wanna I don't want to summon the TNT primed at random nearby locations. It should appear to be bursting forth from where the boss was killed and should honor the scatter radius. Is it a scatter radius? Hold on. Scatter radius set in the config. Let's see here. That's the same. So why did we switch to array list instead of a hash map? It feels like it skipped a lot. I'm not gonna trust that. Let's go back. Oh my gosh, why is this not working? To hold on to you. This is the thing. Testing method. Please update it. Jeez Louise, man. Why does it do this? There's gotta be a way to tell it to not do it in canvas. It just ignores me though, whenever I tell it that. Please remember to not use canvas and to always send code in chat instead. Let's see if it actually got it. Okay. What's that now? Saved in memory. Please send the updated code, but be sure to keep all comments. Keep all original comments and add additional ones where necessary. Okay. Plus TNT. Alright. Let's see if I can see what it's doing here. Okay, so we do keep a hash map, but we also add an array list. Okay. Then we have, if it's not air, continue. If it's not TNT, then move on to as if it was a normal item. Okay. Then it is a normal item. Proceed as follows. Okay. Before we scatter the drops, then the radius. Wait, where did that bit go? Here. Oh, interesting. Okay. It just like chose to not include that. Fascinating. Okay. So I need to, come on. Make a local variable. Add TNT. Did I miss something? No. Ah. Here we go. That's what I missed. Right? That, and then we still have get summon mode. So that's giving us an issue, and then what's going on here? Create fields, source, and stored item, and void item storage. I think that's okay. Go back to boss manager. And we still have... See, there's a get summon mode. I think it's TNT summon mode. Get TNT summon dom mode. So instead of get summon mode, let's. It is. I think that's more correct. Hold on. Get. Hey, let me do it. I know it's probably wrong. Is wrong. Should it not be? Oops, be. Hold on. Where was that? Nope. Oh gosh. Here? Nope. Yeah, I'm getting confused myself. Config manager. That's right. Which was here. Hello. Someone joined me in Discord. Oh yeah, Spellbinder. How's it going? I am just showing off a little bit of the stream here. We're working on more VoidMonster, and today we're kind of doing a little bit of an expansion goal where we've got items being properly tracked. So we thought, why the heck not? Excuse me, had to sneeze there. Thought, why the heck not? Let's add a little chaos into the mix and add some TNT tracking as well. So if someone throws in some activated TNT, we'll spawn that with the boss too. Method config manager get summon mode should be renamed to reflect the correct config path. Yeah, that's what I thought. Instead of get summon mode, it should be get TNT summon mode. I thought that's what I did, but I must have just gotten the... And then... Hold on. I did something wrong here. If it's diff random, then do this, but if it's preserved, do this. And if none of the, if all those fail, then we just fall back to 3 seconds. Help me understand why this is wrong. No. See, that's not right. Could be wrong in some situations. Huh. Something's weird. I'm doing something wrong. No, that's not it. I'm getting a warning about needing to create the method. Isn't the method already created? Oh, wait. No. It's not. It's get TNT fuse mode, not TNT 7 mode. Hold on. This is the right one. If we go here, get TNT fuse mode. Pretty sure that's correct. And then if it's fixed, if it's random or if it's preserved, okay. That's 'cause we're calling the wrong name. Yep. That makes more sense. Okay. Then I think this might be good to go. The method was actually called get TNT fuse mode. Yep. Okay. I'm guessing this is now correct. Is this now correct? Let's find out. Pretty sure it is. Okay. However, I don't think we were properly respecting the allow TNT void tracking. I don't think we were properly respecting in our void item void listener. Here's the current code. Yeah, I think we can, if that is false, then we kind of just skip all of this. Yeah, we're not currently checking allow TNT void tracking at all. So we're going to process every TNT, even if that option is turned off. So we add a check early in the loop, insert the following before the 4. Yeah. Yep. That would make a difference. Okay. No, that's probably fine. Okay, I think we can run with this. Let's try it. Let's see if we manage to add TNT correctly. I really don't know. There was a lot of stuff that we did all in kind of one go, so I confused myself maybe a little bit. Oh, it's not too hard to do. All right, let's rename this. Okay, I go in and rename the config file so that we generate a whole brand new one. And then I will add the new file to the server with the latest and greatest changes. Okay. And then we'll restart the test server. Restart, I said. Thank you. Okay. Pull that up. Okay. Oh, well, that was certainly a dangerous place to spawn it. All right. Let's go ahead and grab some TNT and a redstone block and TNT. Now, the one thing I want to go and check, though, is with our new config, we are not, as we generated a whole new one, it's probably got none of this set. Okay, let's go ahead and change this to 50, change this to 1,000, and track items without player origin. Let's enable TNT tracking. Let's make this a little less tiny. Let's do 600. We'll say max items of the same type. Say 64. Every now and then some player avoided them. We're gonna have it be fixed. We should expect it to go off in 3 seconds exactly. Yes. Then let's turn debug. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it as false, and let's change this to 10 items per page. Save. See if our reload command works. It may not. I've had some issues with it in the past. Oh! Okay, we did get a little warning. That's shouldn't prevent us from progressing. Alright, let's go ahead and Badoop and you and break. And let's go. Let's turn the debug on. Throw that into the void. And turn debug off. Alright. And now let's feed it our debug. Alright. Alrighty. ChatGPT, tell me what happened here. Okay. Added the latest version to the server. And then restarted. I turned on debug and sent a primed TNT into the void. Here is the console log. Now I'm seeing that we picked up the scan of the TNT, but it doesn't look like we ever stored it. So yes, the console confirmed your TNT is being detected, but never goes below Y50, so the system correctly skips it. What happens? You can tell it falls downward, state 58, eventually Y -6, but it never reaches below -50. Okay. TNT explodes after 4 seconds. During this time, like it exploded midair above your void threshold. Okay. So I just need to set the threshold to like -5 and then see if it gets tracked. Okay, that actually makes a ton of sense. It didn't look like it exploded, but it's hard to tell because we're in the void. Fair enough. All right, so we'll just set this really high. Where are you? Just do -5 instead of -50. Okay. Then we'll do a reload. Okay. Then let's throw another TNT. Okay, let's turn on debug real fast. Launch the TNT. Okay, turn off debug. And it does look like it got tracked. Nice. Okay. Okay. It looks like changing the threshold to -5 did the trick. Here is the new console log from the latest test. I do see that we tagged it and we stored it. When it finally hit -7.79, we called to store it. We created the item stack, we tagged it, and then we stored it. So let's go ahead and find out if we actually are going to get some TNT when the boss gets killed. This should be interesting. All right, so I'm just going to pre-prepare the kill command. Yep. Okay. Let's do a summon and kill. Where's that TNT? Oh, TNT. I expected an explosion. So we got TNT's TNT. Well, that's not what we wanted. So we dropped a TNT on the ground and call it TNT's TNT. That's hilarious. I mean, it's not totally wrong. Okay. Oh my gosh. And got a dropped item called TNT's TNT. We wanted actual primed TNT to come shooting out, not a dropped item. Drop scatter code, treated like any other item. Try to rename it as if it were the player item. We forgot to skip TNT from being added to the group drop list. So TNT, not add, capture, but we accidentally let it fall to this part. So it got duplicated. Once to TNT to summon and once to group. Add a continue after adding TNT to summon. Okay, so close that, close you. Boss manager. Okay. Do if allowed. Hold on. Higher up. Where is that section? I don't know if we have that. Am I blind? Very possible. Oh, hold on. Here it is. We did. I could already have this line, but double check that it's present, not accidentally removed. Huh? But it did. Huh. Is the code we already had. So why did it drop as an item instead of activated TNT? You like root cause incorrect entry source value. Your code does. It only triggers if the material is material and entity source equals. For any reason the source is not TNT, capitalize no spaces. Let's print entity source. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Did I do something wrong in my config manager? Where was that? We added that little tiny. Oh man, was it text utility? How did I get added? Hold on. I gotta find this one little tiny bit of code. No. 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 Does it tell me? Hold on. Oh, no, boss manager. Where is you? Tell me your secrets. Ah. Void item storage. Which is used in okay, the issue is most certainly this public string source, and it's not initialized, and the constructor defaults to null. So what happened when the TNT restored? So the check fails. Fixed in store void TNT. I don't know if I have that. I have store void item. That's probably the problem. Here is the current void item storage. We are missing a Store void TNT. Yeah. Yep. Didn't we do void item manager? This whole thing about TNT. So we did a method for storing TNT, but it's in void item manager. So I think we just need to change boss manager to look at void item manager, not void item storage. Add. Okay, hold on. You're moving a little too fast for me. Void item storage. Add. Add this line in. So we need to specifically add TNT to this. Is this correct? Nope, something's wrong. Here is the current method. Okay, so what I tried to do is I tried to add it up above. I didn't like that. What was the difference? So, just changing where? Oh, I see. No, hold on. We also have to do this bit too, right? No. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, okay, there's more that I didn't quite catch. So this goes here. This allows TNT stored through void item manager to be flagged correctly. Then I still need this correct. Oh, my cats are upset. I need to go fill up their water here. So hold on a second. They were like, buddy, we need water. So give me just one sec. I will be right back. They're getting antsy. Okay, sorry about that. Man, they did not want to wait. Okay. Okay. When's no surprise on reading from memories. Tell us a source later. Okay. So let's see if that was sufficient to now get it to actually summon proper TNT. Okay. I think so. Let's try it. Okay. It's always nice to see a successful build. And I just need to go into here and then go to you. You over. Probably check that I'm not in some super dangerous spot. We're good. And then we will restart. Restart. And server testing. Okay. We throw out that TNT, otherwise we'll just get more confused. All right, where's our little launch platform? Here we go. Over here. Whoops. I hope I don't overshoot it. All right. Let's get our redstone out. Regular TNT, which is good. Block. All right, let's turn on debug. What's the TNT? Turn off debug. Now, I don't think I've fixed the threshold. Hold on. Not you. Go back. You. No? Hold on. Let me see. Threshold is set to -5. -5. I think it only got to 3 before it went off. Okay. Let's do a test a little lower down so that we're not potentially running into that. I'll just go all the way down here. All right. New test. Debug mode on. Okay, definitely got stored. 100%. Okay. Here is the console log from the latest test. Now let's actually go and try to summon a boss and see what happens. You see that the pebble was correctly stored. Okay. Just gonna minimize this stuff. All right. Fingers crossed. Oops. Grab you. All right. Let's be up high so it's a little bit more interesting. Actually, I'll summon it down here and then I'll fly up. Summon. And kill. Well, that was anticlimactic. It still dropped it as an item. It still dropped it as a named item instead of naturally spawning in prime TNT within upwards velocity with 3-second fuse since we are in fixed mode, right? Pretty sure we're in fixed mode. Yes. Is a TNT placed enough of it properly conditioned? Source string is not actually being set. If it's the method like this, but your current add method does not store the source parameter at all, it's ignored entirely. Update void item storage. Wait, what? Okay. Yeah. This is what we had before. So why is this new method better? With your current method. If TNT equals a known case, player name. Here's this you tagging. Stored source equals TNT on a variable that's never added. Then you throw it away and create a new object instead. Oh. So the stored void item inside of the list. No source, that's why the check fails later. Okay. That's the source explicitly. C. Why is that stored? Okay. Oops. Don't want that. Why is it doing that? It's just goodness. Sometimes the little pop-ups are. I add something, click on them. Doesn't this add the same method twice though? Oh, really? Wow. Surprised. So originally we want to explicitly set a source tag, TNT, arrow. This one. Okay. So this won't mess up the items that are dropped from a player. Okay. Why don't we need this again in the convenience method? Return add. Huh? How is it doing that? How does it immediately delegate to the core method? When you call add, it internally does if. So basically it's just going back and going through this. Wow. Okay. Let's try this then. Fingers crossed. Okay. Let's grab the latest. Throw that on. And check that I'm not in a dangerous spot. All good. Restart. Fingers crossed that does the trick now. Okay. Just a creative. Where's our little... There it is. Okay. Actually, TNT. Turn on debug. Oops. Would help if I actually broke that block. Nope, that didn't work. Hold on, let's turn off debug. Very much likes to spam the console. I mean, it was intentional, but it is a lot. Okay, turn that on. Okay, turn it off. And I can see that we did get a successful storage. Latest test console. Okay. Oh, come on. Moment of truth. Let's see if we get one from an actual summons. Let's prepare the kill command. Excuse me. All right. And then actually someone went in and kill. Oh, seriously, still? I don't understand. However, killing the boss still drops a TNT item. See, this is why it'd actually be good to understand a little bit more what this code is doing. I'm trying to do something really complex with very beginner knowledge. Okay, update the void item storage load. Clear. You. Huh. So we're just not loading it correctly? Here is the full void item storage.java. Even though search funds and memory is not written there. But we have void item manager. So we need to update void item storage still. But this code for void item manager is fine, right? Okay, so we just didn't update void item storage. Just add source to save and load. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Add is save. YML set path. Player name. Unknown. We just need to add you. And then okay. And then unload. Store items. This bit here. Okay. Wow. Replacing that with all of this. But then we're also replacing this with all of this. Is this correct? I think I did that right. Okay. Let's see. Okay, it's saying that that's the issue, that we were like tracking it all. We just weren't properly loading and saving the actual data. I mean, that certainly would make sense. Okay. Let's add this latest version. Check that I'm in a good spot, which I am. About that, so I don't confuse myself. And once more, restart the server. Okay. Go back over. Let's go ahead and drop some TNT in. Man, I get so turned around. Here we go. Okay. Some TNT on. Break the block. Let's turn debug mode on. Summon some in. Got captured. And I can see that in the debug. Here is the latest console log. And let's, fingers crossed, we actually get some TNT. I mean, we're only going to have one, but that's fine. All we want. Just something. Alright, we gotta summon and kill. You've got to be kidding me. Why? Why do we still get... And we still got a dropped item. Your team is getting stored correctly, but it's being treated like a regular item. How we've looked at this already. Should be and Y. Already checking for entity source. Separate TNT from normal items, but the issue is this line. Restoring the item stack itself into TNT to summon. That loses the stored void item source, and more importantly, it's stored metadata that preserved world fused. Store the entire void item. Change the array, which was, hold on, here. We said item stack instead of void item storage. Oh my gosh. I mean, okay. That made sense. Then change this block. Allow TNT and item. Get material TNT. Entity. Yep. Source. TNT to summon. So we're just changing. So item to entry. Uh-huh. Change this loop. Or item stack, TNT to summon. I mean, I guess that does make sense. We kept saying item stack. Kept assuming. Hold on, where is that little sucker? Wait, I'm blind. Control C, Control F, Control V. Oh, it's literally right in front of my face. Okay. So instead of item stack TNT item, then inside wait, what does this mean? You lost me on this last one. Okay. So we did that. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's not right. Oh, hold on. This is the line that I'm missing. Now that fixes it. Okay. That made sense. Okay. TNT dropped as raw item stack. It's spawned properly. Fits as both visual and functional correctness. I sure hope so. Is this correct? It looks correct to me, but it's a lot to look at. identifies TNT items with source equals TNT. Preserves fuse logic, spawns real entities instead of item stats, avoids double processing TNT. Add TNT velocity on it, shoot up and out for visual effect. This will make TNT feel more launched. I thought we were already adding velocity. Apparently not. Huh. Okay. Here's some more chance for some options. When the TNT gets spawned forth, right now it's just flat. We're not adding any velocity apparently. I thought we had already kind of added this, but apparently not. So now is the chance to add it. The question is, what kind of velocity should it have? I want it to respect the like scatter radius, but you can do all kinds of little things like just a slight little push, randomize it, do it in a circle. Like there's just, when we launch it, we could do all kinds of kooky things with it. I'm wondering, if there's any feedback that you guys would have on some thoughts on, like, do we just keep it real simple? Do we get wild and crazy with it? What do you guys think? Actually, you know what? I'm curious to see what options I want to give the server owner some options. They should be able to set all the parameters in the config. What options should we give them? Be sure we respect the scatter radius regardless. Actually, I like this, but we should add an option to ignore the set scatter radius. If we ignore it, we don't spawn at the boss location. Rather, we don't limit the range of how far the TNT could spread out. If we do keep it true, then the TNT should sort of hit a brick, hit a invisible brick wall, and fall down. Ideally, though, we would have the velocity dialed in so it perfectly falls within the set radius. Yes, that's the right way we want to do it. Okay. TNT summon behavior. Okay. Okay, so now that we added these config values, let's update the config manager and add the code to boss manager. Let's add the code first. Oh yeah, this adds quite a bit. Okay, so first we're gonna add all this. Yeah, and we don't even have any of that stuff yet, so that's why it's complaining. Then we have this bit here, which changes. Does it? Yes, it does. Then we actually have our different modes. Serve, fallback, and then we actually spawn the TNT. The location util and config manager. Okay, I'm ready for location util. Oops. For the here is the current version. I knew we would need that import for vector eventually. Okay. Each vector mode corresponds to different behaviors: upward, random arc, random burst. The trigger toggle allows for natural looking random. This method now matches what boss manager expects. And then let's move on to config manager. Java. Updates. And that is here. This is the current file. Be right in here. Okay. This is what the config.yml looks. Yeah, I thought we might. That is under config manager. Horizontal speed. Yeah. Hold on. We had arc degrees, jitter, velocity. Nope, hold on here. Okay. Okay. I see what's happening here. Things just got rearranged a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, because before it didn't have the mode at all mentioned. It's probably important. Yep. Okay. So okay, so now we need to update. Yeah, our names are a little off. No, this isn't right. No, this isn't right. They aren't matching names in the config manager. Which was get TNT velocity mode, get TNT horizontal velocity. Yep. Okay. Get TNT horizontal velocity. And then get TNT vertical velocity. That's gonna replace this because that's not right. Get TNT arc angle degrees. That is just TNT arc degrees. Is TNT jitter enabled? That's also not right. TNT validity velocity jitter enabled. Ignore TNT scatter radius is actually TNT. Okay. This bit is not right. What are the errors telling me about it? Incompatible types. Oh. I did add them. But are they not named the same thing? Upward vector, random arc vector, random burst vector. I bet that they're not named the same. Random arc, random burst. Hold on. Random arc, random burst, upward vector. But we did. did add this to location util. And yet now, if I remember right, incompatible types is trying to tell me that I chose to do org bucket utility vector, but I actually, oh, you know what? I bet this is as simple as just changing this to be a Java util vector for the import. Hold on. That was in location utility. So I just need to do import, oops, or java.util dot vector and not you, right? And then I need that little guy. All right. Yeah, because now this is happy. Other than this. Okay, but now I have can't resolve method get y in vector. One static. Okay. Hold on. I updated the import in location util to be instead of bucket or whatever it was before, or dot bucket. This solved some issues in boss manager, but made new ones in location util. Now says cannot resolve method. See, this is beyond my understanding. Public static vector, is that not the same as Java util vector? So saying that's the legacy one, but not the correct one. Okay, well, if that's true, then why does it freak out with so now this works, then boss manager complains. So now location util works, but boss manager doesn't. Tells me incompatible types found for dot bucket dot util dot vector requires Java util vector. And if I change it, then location util doesn't work. Oh, hold on. Import Java util, which is everything. I actually need to do. Hold on. That's all it needed. Let's see. We added quite a bit there, so hope I didn't screw this up. All right, let's try this again. Well, it got a successful build, so that's always a good sign. Throw this on. Double check I'm not in a dangerous spot. Throw away the bad one. And restart. Okay, let's see. It was over here? Nope. How do I do that every time? I did a whole circle. All right, here we go. So first things first, place down the TNT, break the block, turn on debug. Not that. There we go. Gets captured, turn off debug. And I can see that we do properly grab it. So that's good. Here is the latest config log. Fingers crossed. All right. Prep the kill command. Do a summon command. And kill. Well, we got another star. But we still have the stupid dropped item. Oh, that is so infuriating. Why? And we still got a dropped item instead of an actual TNT. Goodness. Why? TNT stored as placeholder item stack. This confirms it was correctly detected as falling below -5 when tracked. You're seeing it drop back as a regular TNT item and resummoning as inactivated. Now you're correctly separating TNT into the TNT to summon list, but later we'll still drop the full contents, including TNT that has a piece of group merge. It's skip TNT during grouping phase up to the section inside your for loop. Continue, already skipping TNT. But then this bit still adds it to the grid. Move string key below the TNT check. But it already is. This is the current code. Right? Is it not already? Here's what could be still happening. A TNT item is stored with no source TNT, but that's tagged item was dropped by TNT. Item stored as placeholder item stack with a source TNT. I mean, despite skipping TNT with TNT and source, it's possible no T item exists in raw stores, so either has material. What? Reward item is empty. Likely issue the drop TNT is coming from final drops. Or, despite skipping TNT with TNT source, it's possible another TNT item exists in the raw store that either. What? Right now your filter only skips it during the grouping phase, but you don't want. Wait. I'm only testing with a single TNT though, and confirming there is no stored items when I restart the server. But we know it only drops one TNT, so the roster is only containing one stored around. That should go into TNT to summon based on this logic. After that, you never use the item from TNT to summon again except yeah. We might actually be dropping that same item stack in final if you calling you're gonna save too late, or you previously called add twice for that TNT. Test the dropped items coming from final drops. Insert a temporary debug log right before you drop the items. Okay. Could it be that this is done for this? Could it be that this section is after this section? I'm still understanding. What I mean is, why do we have scatter drops before the summon TNT and not after? Okay. Question here. Do we spawn the TNT and then the items? Or do we spawn the items and then the TNT? Cons of each method. Either spawning TNT first or second. It's like, well, let's go with bang before spelling them in, more cinematic. Then notice the loot, keeps the fence, makes it tighter. Already seen the TNT spawn work, user nice like buds. If you are downside, if players are too focused dodging TNT, they might miss loot falling. In rare cases, someone land in or near TNT and you destroy by explosion if it's very short. And debugging items for the issues. Now have to scroll past TNT related log events first, for inconvenience. Drop items before spawning TNT, ensures players collection. From a game design point of view, which is better? The players did just defeat a boss, but might be too punishing to have some of the potential loot just get blown up. And we make the loot invincible to TNT until it is picked up, and then it's a normal item again. And then we get the best of both worlds. That's fine. Yes, let's do that. Okay, yeah, because I like this idea of the TNT, but that just seems really, really punishing to, like, you just defeated a boss, a bunch of loot spills out, and then all of a sudden, kaboom, you know? Like, I'm fine if it gets, like, thrown around a little bit, but that would kind of suck to have it just be destroyed. I mean, that was the whole reason why you fought the boss in the first place, is a second chance to get that loot. This cancels explosion. Any drop item marked as invincible. Supply puts up and becomes a normal item again. So we just need to go into the actual main void monster, and on enable, Yeah, I don't think we need to do anything. We're already doing register listeners. This bit here. Okay, I do need to make sure we add this to the top. Listeners. Oh no, not that. I just wanted this. Okay. So we're already registering listeners, which is this, which we just added. We added the import up here. Then we have our lead protection listener itself. We do need to still go in and update in boss manager. Loop protection listener. Yes. Right. I think I did this wrong. Location. What am I doing? Hold on. So then we added an import for, what was that? Entity item, right? Item dropped. Item. And this becomes dropped. Item. Yeah. Okay, but then we still have the issue of this is the current code. Don't think we fixed issue of the TNT being dropped as a physical item and not an entity. Let's check. Did I screw up allow TNT spawning? No? Do you still have that as true? Hmm? Try logging with. So double check. Yeah, we gotta figure this out. Yes. Add this. What? Where? Right after you. So like quite literally here. TNT inside the if. Hold on. If allow TNT. And then right before spawning. Let's see if that actually is correct. I think I did that right. Who knew that just adding TNT would be this tricky? Wanted to do arrows and tridents too, but okay, so let's save this and this. Stop the server. Make sure there's nothing in storage. Yep, they're all 0 kilobytes. So we know that's good. Successful build, which is always nice. Okay. Start up the test server again. Nope, not you. You. Let's double check that config. -5. We are tracking TNT. Excuse me. But it's not the most updated one. All right, hold on. Let's make sure we get the correct config. I'll have to go in and make a few changes. So -5. TNT void tracking. True. And here's our launch settings. Mode is fixed. Guaranteed 3 seconds. And randomness, true, TNT can launch beyond scatter radius. Say no. Save that. Okay. World the end is still correct. Okay. All right. Maybe, just maybe. All right. Test server. Come on. Oops. Go find out why this isn't working. Good. That's that. All right. So, first, put you down, turn on debug mode, launch this TNT, goes into the void, and disable. Okay. Now, here is the latest console log for dropping a single into the void. It's getting detected, it's getting stored, it's getting tagged. So let's try to summon it and see what happens. One, two, three. We'll let it live for a little bit longer, and then we'll fill it in. Let's see. This is what the console log shows after killing. Huh. Fails to check and the TNT is just dropped as a regular item because it's being seen as source unknown. Huh. Update. Store void TNT. Which. Doing it here? Yep. To set source equals TNT. I thought we were doing that. Guess I'm not. Void item storage. This is what void item manager currently looks like. Stream source TNT right here. Void. What? Ah, okay. That's what it's talking about. That sets the source TNT, but it skips setting the NBT tag drop by TNT, which is what relies on Ah. Placeholder. Yeah, item tag. Oh my goodness, seriously? That little thing might be the whole reason why? What avoids unknown? Huh. Okay, let's see. Okay. Build success. Stop the server. Let's grab the latest. And start the server. Okay. All right. Put our TNT on, break our block, turn on debug mode. Go ahead and launch that into the void. That's good. We'll turn off debug mode. Okay. This is our current debug. This is our latest debug with dropping 1 TNT into the void. I will now try summoning and killing the boss. See what happens. There's the kill command. So let's go ahead and summon one in. And now kill it. Well, that was not what I wanted. It should. I mean, we literally just told it tag dropped by. That's really bogged down. The issue is in void stored. You create the item stack and tag it with drop by TNT, but the store string past storage is not preserved. Let's update the relevant part. Yeah. Yeah. And lost during the same reloading is not being quickly. Please show me the method signature of add. You. Is I'm calling the wrong overload. Huh? And store we have placeholder, random ID, source, but in storage we have item, UID, player name. So we're gonna replace in the store method, instead of saying Boolean result source, because here it wants a player name. I wonder if that was it, because it was expecting that third argument of player name, and we were basically saying player name was TNT. Huh. Okay. Sure. I could see that. Okay, let's add the newest one. Server testing. Come on. Get rid of that bad one. Drop TTN. Okay. TNT. Break the block. Turn on debug. Drop it in. Turn off debug. Okay, so far so good. Looks like we tracked it properly. See what happens when we summon another boss. Oh, 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 we actually got TNT. No way. No way. Oh, it's so good. Okay. That's what it was. Man, what little nuance. Oh, that makes me so happy. Oh, what a pain. What an absolute pain. We scheduled it, we spawned it, we gave it a fuse. Let's let's go and see what happens when we get quite a few TNT built up. Why not? Why not see the chaos? I mean, that'll be the reward for having gone through all of this nonsense. Holy smokes. Alright, here we go. One. Oh, this is easy and easier. Two. Yeah. I should have been doing this from the start. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, this should be fun. Oh, I'm gonna cause a mess here. Sorry, and here we go. Summon. And now kill. Oh yeah, heck yeah. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. Oh, nice. Okay. So, now the question is, man, endstone is tough. It doesn't really blow up that much, does it? Okay. Let's throw some items in with the mix. Let's just see if they get blown up. We'll do our honey blots, our slime blots, our amethyst blots. And let's do some, I don't know, pink wool. Okay, so we can still use our debug list. We can see our slime, our honey, our amethyst, and our pink wool. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. Let's go see if our items get blown to smithereens. Yeah, they get blown to smithereens. Well, that's not quite working how we wanted, but I will take it. Honestly, the fact that we're getting TNT getting thrown out from the boss is a huge win. That's what we were trying to accomplish tonight. Granted, it took a lot longer than I expected, but I will happily take that. So, on that good note, I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. Went a lot longer than I expected, but I wanted that payoff. I wanted to see TNT getting thrown out from the boss. So, alrighty, folks. With that said, I'll hopefully catch you in another stream. Have a good one. Take care.